G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more almost vanilla survival with probably too much teal, or whatever we want to call this color. It's weirdly dark for teal. Either way, I should probably stop spinning that thing. I have discovered how to make the hinges work, as you can see. Apparently, all I need to do to get the hinges to actually start moving is jiggle a bit. So last time I was having lots of troubles with the hinges not wanting to flick my drills out, as I just reversed them now and they won't. But if I just jiggle a bit, there we go. Now they work. So that's delightful. Ooh. Okay, let's stow this. Yeah, that looks pretty neat.
Fuel
and hop
critical.
in the cockpit. Oh, my O2 is real low. Where's my vent? My vent is on. Should probably get some health back too. Also, thanks so much for 7 months, Moosey. And for all the editing, of course. Thanks, Zero Nut, and thanks, Alflington. It is so hard in your name, Alflington, to not miss the second L. Also,
Fuel critical.
I don't know if anyone else noticed this last time, but apparently I didn't actually weld up my antenna that's supposed to be protecting me from the lightning horribleness. Wait, can I haven't built a turret yet, so I can't build a decoy. Now, off to find ice. Pretty sure I set my ore detector to full range last time. I did. My wheels are set up terribly.
Fuel
Let's fix
critical.
that. Steering off. Yeah, that's better. I do not know where I'm going, but I'm gonna try and get there. Dang, Jackson. Thanks so much, man, for 29 months. And all the moderating, of course, as well. Yeah, every time. It doesn't feel like 29 months to me either, Jax. Hey, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs, Max Longhaul. Thank you very much. Well, I think we all know, since I'm deciding on directions, I'm going to get lost. I just hope I don't crash this rover into a chasm like I did the other one. So I probably shouldn't be driving at over 30 meters a second. Let's stick it around 25-ish. That seems safe. Jex, I presume if you're playing on Pertum that you're not using quite as horrific a colour scheme as I've gone with. Jeez, those drills really like to jiggle as I go over, I think. Thanks so much for the Prime sub, Curson. I heard you have so much confidence in me, Eisen, that I'll crash this one into a canyon as well. Stupid cough, go away. Bad timing. Also, there's a tree stuck under me. I feel like I had this debate with myself last time, going into the sandy desert or not. I don't know if it's the right thing to do. Thanks for the prime sub, Kieran. Soulstone, I'm like a magician with hitting trees. You never know when it's going to happen. You never know how it's going to happen, but you know somehow magically it will happen. Has lightning become the new pea rant? No. No, because P just didn't foresee the way things would work. I don't know. I never felt frustrated by the way P worked. And the way P works now, arguably you can make it safe. But in a multiplayer setting, using P is still a terrible, terrible idea because you never know what other people have set up. Lightning, because of it being a game mechanic, I don't know, tends to raise my ire a bit more. Thank you so much, Just Mechanic, for 1,500 bits. And yes, canyons can sneak up on me. Though hopefully if I drive from this angle and I don't drive in the dark, and I don't... Well, I definitely shouldn't drive in the dark in this thing because I have no lights. I should be able to avoid the canyons. Need some ice. Wherever I go, I need to find ice. Have a competition with someone, Capac, to see who can fire a tree the furthest. I think that'll be a hard one to measure. Because the tree, you can't... I don't know a way to make a tree stay in the same spot. As amusing as that idea could be. No, you cannot blueprint custom turrets. Zoragazu. I think it's unlikely, though I guess it's possible, that Keen will ever add subgrid blueprint support. Desert will have mag, but ice will be at the edges. What do you guys reckon? Should I be going for magnesium? Or should I be looking for ice? Wait, how much cobalt do I have on me? Cobalt, 200, 400. Okay, I've got enough of that. I just realized something I should probably build on this thing before I drive too much further, knowing the way that I drive. And that thing would be a gyroscope. Do not have a gyro on this rover. Might also be wise to weld up a little bit more of the frame. Put a seat on the trail, deploy it all the way up, and get a nice POV. That would be a pretty spectacular view from up there, I reckon. Where shall gyro go? Might put it... Yeah, what the heck? Let's put it on top of this wheel. While those are manufacturing, let's keep searching for the ice. Ice for jetpack. Yeah, most people are saying ice for jetpack. Who knows if I'm going in the right direction though. I appear to be driving back the way I came. So let's not do that. I'm gonna have to drive across the desert. Thanks, Marcus Stampfer. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Yeah, let's not drive until we get that gyro, because I just lost my antenna. Thanks, Guppy Shark. Thanks, Lord Clang. Thanks, Rayleigh. Thanks for the bits. Alright. The antenna is annoying. Yeah, let me get rid of all this stuff. I can still get in that cockpit from down here. The antenna was in a bad spot because it was sticking out way in front. So I'm going to grab that, place it, weld it up, and then get rid of it so that I can build a decoy, and then I'll add a decoy somewhere. It's much smaller. Nab, my driving in Wrong Way Up has been impeccable. Something like that. True, Eisen. If ACS has taught us anything, it has taught us that there is no good place for giant antennae. Antennae. Do I want to be zapped at the front or zapped at the back? It's zapped at the back. Don't place a decoy, they only work as on static grids. They did only work on static grids. I thought some of that stuff got fixed in the Warfare 2 update. Because they're meant to work on other things. I guess we'll find out together. Oh no, one Google, don't stress. I think with how unreliable the decoys and antennae have been with regard to lightning since it was introduced, I think it's quite understandable to be uncertain as to the state of things. Like, I'm not sure. Thought it was fixed, but it may well not have been. I have no idea if the drills will get hit first because they're above it. Long ago I decided that the lightning mechanic was one I didn't want to play with. Basically as soon as it was added, and I mucked around doing some tests, and since then I haven't touched it, so I am pretty blind as to how it fully works. And what better place to test it than on Pertum, where everything has more lightning than anywhere else. If it hits the highest point first, then there's nothing I can do to protect the crane, because I don't want any higher points than the crane on this thing. So, hello, spirits of Le Monde. Oh yeah, a lightning rod on a hinged contraption could work. Something I can collapse down. Maybe I'll do that. trying to head vaguely in one direction because I think I keep driving around in circles trying to find this ice. So I'm going to try and travel in roughly the same direction for a while. Now that's an interesting autocorrect. Have they made Ice Jared to find on Pert? Yes, they have. Yes, they have made Ice Jared. It is hard to find. You have to find oases. Dual lightning rods on hinges out the back like off-roader antennas. Yeah, could do something like that. It needs to be something that can collapse down and get fully out of the way of the drill, though. Dradon, I adjusted it at the end of the last stream. The range is at max. If I find some magnesium while I'm out here, I'll mine it, but otherwise, just keep rolling. Hope I find something. Oh, what's that? That's something taller in the distance. Let's go toward that. Yeah, I suspect this search could take a little while. Hopefully I do find it, but yeah, I'm expecting it could take a little while. But, you know, it's me driving, so there's potential for excitement at any moment. But even more so, it's me driving while reading chat, so yet another reminder that I provide of the importance of not texting while driving, because it is not safe. It is entirely possible that I could drive into a giant crater, though a giant chasm is more likely. Thanks so much, Black Shadow. Capac properly loved his Noita cartoon illustration. Here we go. These might be the mountains people are talking about. It may be a good spot for finding some ice. Thanks for the gift subs, Capula. I don't think I've ever really looked at these mountains on Perton. It's not up close. It's pretty much all I've done on Pertum is that scrap race. Now, where am I going to be able to navigate through here? We'll try and just drive around this mountain and see what's what. Thanks, Captain Viking? CPTV can. Oh, what we got there? No. Yeah, ice. Where are you? Nope. Man. This doesn't feel as bad as trying to find stuff in Survival Impossible, but it's certainly getting there. So I cannot get off Pertum without finding some ice. Unless I get really lucky in attacking a ship and somehow manage to steal some hydrogen off it. But I think capturing an enemy vessel that has hydrogen is going to be pretty tough when I can't even use my jetpack. Oof. No, I'm not building a space elevator. Oh, magnesium. How far down are you going to be? Can I even reach you with my drills? Can't reach with my drills! Oh. You weren't supposed to be that deep. I'll mark it anyway. Oasis ahead. What? I don't see no oasis. Driving around here. Oh, got some air on that tree. So what I'm looking for those not familiar with Pertum, is on Pertum there are certain properly green grassy patches, and beneath them are ice deposits. I need to find that so that I can start being able to use my hydrogen, my jetpack for one, because it makes building stuff so much quicker. But two, so that I can turn this thing into something that can fly and we can go up to space and play around up there for a bit as well. Is this magnesium near the surface? It's still 70 meters. Yep. So the reason I went for these mountains is this is supposedly where the canyons are that I might find ice in. I'm just going on what chat's been telling me over the last few weeks, because I've not actually really searched this myself before. So hopefully I'm not being led wildly astray. Doesn't look like there's anything down there. Ooh, this is a deeper canyon. Is there something down here? That's a negatory. I really wasn't expecting this to be so hard. Uh-oh. Why? Yeah, I was wedged up on my middle wheels. Oops. Uh, yeah, TDW, I probably am a little bit much. If you're trying to keep up with all of them, just... Whee! Hopefully you can keep up with the ones you like most of all the streams. I'm still trying to work out my schedule of what I'm doing of late. Ooh, 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 ooh. That's green, green. Found green, green. Ice! We have ice. Huzzah. Okay, I need to make
Fuel
sure
critical.
I have plenty of cargo space. How many cargo containers did I actually end up building on this thing? 3. That's not enough. Right. Let's get a few more. The reason I want to make sure I've got plenty of containers is so that as I drill and collect the ice, I don't end up wasting any. I think I can't remember. Is it better for people... Like, the timing of my streams, as they normally start around the time this one did. I can't remember if that gets better for people in Europe during your summer, my winter. Or if it goes the other way. Ooh, that's some heavy rain. I always forget which way that works. Yeah, so it gets... I thought it got worse, because I'm further ahead at the moment, so during my winter, like, instead of being GMT plus 11, or UTC plus 11, I'm plus 10, and then Europe goes forward an hour, so it becomes, like, only 8 hours ahead, so me starting at 8 means I start at midnight instead of 10 PM. Which I think makes it worse. Worse? Thanks so much for the 5 gift subs, Grinwalla. And as for the US, it really depends on where in the US you are, I think. Certain places, my timing is good. Certain places, my timing is bad. Oh dear, what storm of disastrousness is coming? Skies have gotten dim. Mod idea, every time a tree gets destroyed, 2 more are created. Ah, infinite tree death. Okay, we right click. Clear out some space, take control again. Move down a bit further. Out of control, right click. Down again. It's annoying that I have to get out of the turret controller to do the right-click mining.
Fuel
Ow.
critical.
Whoops. Oh dear. Can I reach that? Oof. Just. Press the wrong key. Oop. Which pistons have I got on this hotbar? There we go. A little bit further down. Space Engineer. That would be a great name for a tree planting mod. Just want to get myself nice and vertical before I start drilling downward. That should be good. Do I have a group of the other pistons? I don't. Mining. Piston. Vertical. Let's just name them all. I don't think I've got any other pistons on this rig at the moment. So if I've got 6 of them, and usually the drills can manage 0.2 meters per second total, so that means 0.03-ish. So minus 0.03. Okay. Then we also want drills as a group. Main rig drills. Drills? No. Sadly, Puff, the trick to right-click with the drills, holding it down, then open the menu, then close the menu to keep the drills working, stops working as soon as you then take control of a turret controller, which is annoying because I tried that last time and I was like, oh yeah, that might work. No. It sucks. Mining rig vertical, reverse. Now,
Fuel critical.
I'm going to need to push this further out if I want to do that. Oh, I just dug through the ice! It was a lot closer than I thought. Oops. Well, that was a whole lot of ice I just deleted. Good job, Splitsy. Good job. I can't see anything down there in this soup.
Fuel critical.
Oh, what a seriously? Serious? Why did I do that? That is so daft.
Inventory.
I am
full.
clearly making terrible decisions today. Probably just feels like every day, but feels worse somehow. Dispose of your excess material responsibly. Say no to magical material deletion. Oh, why did I do this? Just want this storm to go away so I can see from third person, and then I'll try and use the... I'm going to try and set up the pistons at a position where I can just kind of keep skimming the surface and keep extending them out while using the turret controller. I think it's... No, I have no idea if it's clearing, actually. Yeah, I can't see anything at the end of that
Fuel
drill.
critical.
Weather, go away! Cargo all down the middle. Let's do some... May as well do some design if the weather's going to be causing me this sort of problem for a while. So if I put all the functional stuff down at the height of this cargo container, that'll leave me this floor for putting in like living space decorative stuff. And if I mainly use that lower area for cargo containers and batteries, that'll put the weight pretty low, and then the layer beneath that can be armor and where the extra wheels stick out. That could work. Could be sensible. Do I have an O2H2 gen on here? I think I do. Where shall I put that? I reckon I might want a couple of them. Where though? So I'm going to need to fit a big refinery on this truck at some point. Glad you could make it, Mr. Pickle. No, I don't want to put stuff up at that height. I don't want to put the O2H2 gen up there. Maybe I'll just put it back here for now. I can always move it, as I will undoubtedly rearrange nearly everything by the end. Looks like it's time for a trailer. Refinery is his armor. I don't think so. I don't want this thing to be that heavy. Aha. Oh no. Okay. Can now see, sort of. Think. I am slowly extracting some ice. That would be a yes. I have extracted a fair amount of ice. Sweet. Alright, that's a good start. Let's GPS this location. Reverse those. And we need to go back to one of those magnesium deposits so that we can make some guns. Now, I deleted so much ice and I drilled so little. That was a really good, really good play, Splits. Really good one. Hey, thanks, Majestic Dwarf, for 1 year. Oh, where's the nearest magnesium? 2.5 Ks away, really? So is this an elephant? Okay. Sorta, I guess. Iron, silicon, nickel. Should really turn off some of those old GPSs. This is getting a bit crowded. Base, cobalt, doomed buggy. I did GPS the ice. I did indeed. Ever since I learnt to regularly use the typed GPS command, I am better than I used to be. I will not claim to be good at remembering to do that, but I'm a lot better than I used to be. Because I can quickly create a GPS when I need to, without having to open any menus. Which is very convenient. Done it a few times when like driving away from a location that I needed to remember, and I just quickly drop a GPS at least vaguely where I am. Would it not be more of an anteater? I suppose it could be an anteater, or it's just I can very much see how this looks like a trunk and how it looks like at the moment this is a trunk that is spraying water over my back. Is this a series? I guess it kind of is, because this is the 3rd time I've played it. Will I play it as long as I've played some of my other things? Don't know. Probably not, really. But I'm hoping I'll have come up with some memorable vehicle by the end of it. Or at least have learned some useful stuff. I need to soften my suspensions a bit. I'm finding the riding high like that useful. I could have gone around a lot of trees. But then you'd complain, then it'd be like, there's an imposter. He dodged a tree. That's an interesting way to look at it, Groz. It's a save I might come back to as opposed to a series. I like that. So I'm not sure I'll, like, keep playing this for, like, ages. I was just kind of like, I really want to just play some sort of vanilla Space Engineers that's just to play it, not to try and do it quickly after doing those speedruns. I just really wanted to do something less stressful.
Fuel critical.
Something where I could focus a bit more time on making things look interesting and less time on making things work quickly. And we do this thing again. Except this time I can safely do this dance until quite deep. In fact, now that I've got
Fuel
hydrogen...
critical.
Oh, you're kidding me. Just as I go to fill up my hydrogen, I fall off in a way that means I have to use the remaining 2 and hope I can get... Oh! Up there. Okay. Now that I've got this, I can add lights to the drill head without it taking me 3 years to do. One like that and that. I probably could fill a bottle. That'd probably be smart too. As I'm already down to half my hydrogen. Make me a hydrogen bottle. Actually, make me 2. Found, unsurprisingly, that having 2 bottles means I run out less often. But it's less than half as often. Let's go lights. And cool. That. And then where's my passageway? This will make getting in and out easier and probably safer. Oh! I just thought I probably need to get the swingy hinge thing done, because then if I've got the hinge swinging back and forth as I do this right-click drill, I'll clear out a much bigger area and make it much safer. Let's see if I can get down to the magnesium first, and if I can, then I'll give that a go. I think that's kind of the right angle now. If I drill down, hopefully... I think there's a small chance I'll be able to get... Oh, maybe not. I've only got 60 meters of drill. but my drills were already underground before I started expanding that extra 60, so maybe I'll reach the magnesium. I think there's a small chance of it. Thanks, smuggler of budgies. I do not have cargo access on the bottom of the rover in case I fall off with no H2 and need to refill. I will build some sort of ladder device, I think. As that seems to be the safest way to have something static that allows you back on from what we've discovered in Wrong Way Up. Ladder when I see if this drill reaches far enough. Should probably... I kind of want to right-click drill for a while yet. Just so I've got a bigger hole for when if I can reach the magnesium, I'm then going to get a couple of timer blocks and set up the swinging back and forth of the hinges, of the hinge on the end. I'll probably put a hydrogen tank on the rover eventually, but I don't want to put it on at the moment because it'd be exposed to any lightning risk and then kablamo! Should be bad. I don't want that. Piston elevators typically are not very safe on rovers. I have a bad habit of forgetting I have a bad habit of forgetting that they are deployed and tearing them off. Thanks so much, Giblets, for all. Thanks for the 1,000 bits. Hey, thanks so much, Nikio. The safest vehicles have their wheels on pistons. Yeah, Dan. The shack impression. I reckon that might be far enough with right-click drill. Let's turn the drills on and just let them go now. The rover really doesn't want me to stay on it, does it? Ladders, alright. Let's do ladders. Because we all know if I don't make the ladders and I fall off, everyone's gonna find it so funny. I mean, I would too. While there are some advantages to putting wheels on pistons and on hinges and stuff to try and get greater ground clearance, how far the wheel is away from the suspension mounting makes it an interesting challenge to get useful ground. I really can't speak at the moment. Useful ground clearance out of it. That doesn't seem to be going straight, does it? It's closer on this side of the hole than that side. Is one of these pistons retracting? No, off. No, off, no. That's weird. How's it doing that? Hey! It's in the magnesium! Oh no! Oh no! Well, that's good news. I can reach the mag, but I think I've filled up everything. Like, I think the drills are... Yep. I have a tiny bit of magnesium because I've got too much stone. Oops. Whoa! Drop Dead Fred, thank you so much for 5,000 bits! Yeah, it's where a large cargo container would have come in handy, but I just haven't decided how I'm going to lay out this rover in such a way that I can fit a large cargo container. It'd also be where a proper refinery would be useful. So maybe that's what I should work on now. Getting a ladder installed, and then let's try and turn this into an actual useful mobile base that just happens to jiggle a lot. I think I'm so going to get rid of these wheels. Although they have saved me already. I'm torn. Might get rid of some of them. Where's a good spot for a ladder? Let's go the front. Gravel ejector is probably useful. But I do want the stone because it's useful for everything else. Having better refinery would probably help. Is the rover slowly rolling backwards or something? Is that what's going on here? Why are those pistons not working? Huh. This would help. Okay, that should stop me hopefully hitting that wall as much. So I think that's where a lot of this jiggle is coming from. Oh yeah, the pistons might be bending. That's a good point. That is a very good point. That's probably why I'm hitting that wall. Omni5, I'm kind of leaning toward the idea of making another Ubor-style vehicle. The Ubor being the giant orange rover that I built in Survival Unlikely, and this time actually trying to get it off the planet. Oh yeah, those pistons look very bendy. You can kind of see as I was pushing it forward that there was a bit of a little bit of a twist, a little bit of a bend to it. Alright. Let's expand this place out a bit. I'm going to need a few thousand steel plate, because we'll need the 1,100 for the refinery. And do some rearranging. See if I can figure out a nice spot to fit a large cargo container that's relatively central. I'll probably end up needing to put it just behind the central point. But I was thinking of having a fourth axle on this, so that should be okay. I'm going to again move the gyro. How many times am I going to move that? I'm going to move it up the front here. Because what I'm thinking is I can fit maybe a large cargo in here if I'm clever. So Oh no, I really can't fit a large cargo in here. Because if I put a large cargo in where this small cargo is, it would push down too low and be a problem. Or if I put it where the gyro is, it'd push up to the height where it'd run into... It'd potentially be running into the drill. Thanks so much, Omni5, for the 245. I'm going to make the... This is going to be Ubor-esque.
Inventory.
I plan on launching this thing to space. This is my base now. It is a mobile base. I will remain in it, at least until I get to an asteroid and decide I want to make an asteroid base. I think. Or unless I like find a cool looking canyon. Basically until I find somewhere that I'm like, ooh, that looks pretty. I want to build a base there. This is my base. Cargo trailer? I mean, does the drill need to come off both ends of the rover? It probably doesn't. It probably makes most sense to come off the front. So I could put a large cargo in here. My problem with that, as I just look now, is that's where my batteries are. So if I wanted to put, like... Oh... I really don't want to lose all that charge. Because transferring power from one battery to another battery, you have a 20% loss. Oh. Yeah. Let's let's just merge block and move the batteries. No, a cargo container further back wouldn't be a proper counterbalance for the drill, because the drill, when we're moving, flicks up and actually ends up with its mass over here. So I'd end up actually being extra heavy. So that's why I want it kind of toward the center, but happy with it a little bit back. The alternative, of course, is move the cargo to this side and drill off the back of the rover. And yeah, Omni5, that's a fair point. If I build a new battery, it comes with partial charge, so that probably more than negates the loss from making a new battery. From grinding down the old one after transferring the power from it. I like the idea of moving it up the front. Would mean I'd have to expand the axles from toward the front rather than the rear, which isn't a bad thing. You know what? Which way do I like it more? Basically, I think this rover's just not big enough for fitting everything in. No, my drill apparatus must stay where it is, Pop. It's intentionally centered so that I can reach anywhere around the rover at the moment. And I like it being goofy and weird like it is. Alright, let's... I'm going to start by clearing out this back area. Which means... where do I feel confident I can have batteries that won't get in my way? There's wheel attachments. Now I know this could still get in the way, but I think having the batteries here, I'm much less likely to accidentally drop that wheel off. Which is a good place to start. So I'll transfer the power from the existing batteries to these two. And I'll put two on this side as well. Then I can get rid of all of this stuff back here and have a look at how I might fit a large cargo and a refinery with some upgrade modules potentially back here. Assuming I'm extending off the back with more wheels. Thanks Lake Turtle Gaming for the gift sub. Thanks Romanes. Tex, this thing already is on 5x5 wheels. I can't park it on a rover with 5x5 wheels. It would be potentially funny madness, but yes, would be madness. I'll be honest, CPW, I'm torn on the hydrogen engine. What do you like? I'm kind of in a middle ground on that one. I think I've got a fair bit of hydrogen from the ice that's there, but do I want to chew through it for power? Like, is there going to be enough? There probably is, isn't there? Like, even a small deposit like that goes a fair way, even though I've made it even smaller by right-click deleting a lot of it. But that's where I was uncertain about it. I'm like, ooh, do I want to risk running out of all of that stuff? And yes, I do acknowledge that at some point I'm going to need to recharge my batteries, and a hydrogen engine is going to be the way to go. Any cargo accessible from a place where it's not going to be bad for me to throw gravel on the ground. That is a negatory except for the drills. Oh, I don't actually have that much gravel. Huh. Thanks, Mr. Pickle, for the 6 months in advance. I hope your cat continues to do better, Tex. I know you've been having a rough time with it. Yeah, Necrovore, that's a fair point. You can't see a lot during storms, so may as well lock down and get power from it. And potentially I'm going to lock down during my drill times. Although, I'm feeling like a more Capac solution might be in order. I am making a fairly flat surface on the roof of this thing. I wonder if I can squeeze in some solar panels just for some little bit of passive energy each day. Thanks, Nuki World. I need Knight Rider, what do you mean? I need Kit telling me what to do. Hey, it's the big inn. Oh, it's my... What? Why do things keep doing this to me? Oh, inventory's full. Oh. 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 Poop. This needs to go on to mode recharge. Nope. Click the wrong button. This needs to go to charge mode discharge. Ah! One day I'm going to remember how to use the new build planner. Build vision. Okay. Sun tracking solar sail above the rover. Oh yeah, I know what Knight Rider is, Nuki World. I don't know why you're thinking Knight Rider for this thing. Also, I don't think I've ever seen an episode of Knight Rider. Like the stuff I know Hasselhoff from is like Baywatch. I think I was a bit too young for Knight Rider. Thanks, Athelium. Cool. Eisen, I don't hate the 80s. I just don't get why anyone would want fashion from the 80s coming back. That's probably because I mostly grew up in the 90s being ashamed of everything my parents made me wear in the 80s. Thanks, the subjugator. Okie dokie. Move to the batteries. And that'll take a little while for the charge to go out. I need to change this mode. Recharge. Discharge. Discharge. Cool. So that means I can start clearing this out. I'm going to get rid of these wheels for now. I like the concept, but I don't like my execution of it. Oh, thanks for the 5 gift subs, Ramones. You say that, Jax. You revisiting a style a decade or two on, you can get rid of the worst offenders, but you can also make new worst offenders. Need to bring back insane shoulder pads. Let's try and get some of these steel plate used up. Oh. Just gonna keep grabbing everything I wanted for the power cell, for the batteries. Pastel-coloured suits with sleeves rolled up. Leg warmers aren't that bad. I'm pretty sure I've got some Generation Zero screenshots that prove otherwise, Jax. Capac and I with our characters dressed up in leg warmers. You know what? I don't want that one. Ah. Do you know something that I've always wondered about? What is it with North Americans and what an Australian would call a bum bag or a fanny pack? I don't think they ever took off here. But there seems to be a selection of people based on looking at media from the US that still seem to think that they're a good idea. Like, was it genuinely a thing? It was a thing, huh? Still hovering out there. Let's just land while I think about what I'm doing here, which is building up these two. And what I wanted to do is potentially use this. Means I probably will need to put some thing like this. I wonder if this is going to go out too far and potentially cause issues. I mean, I am in single player, so this should be fine doing this. Oh, Grabber, that's awesome. Oh, so it's fine on a kangaroo, but on my dad, it's weird. Yes. Yes. 100% yes. Yeah, that would be a hole in my rover. have a slight problem developing here. I've accumulated stuff in my personal inventory and I have nowhere to put it in the ship's inventory. Looks like your rover needs a pocket, just saying. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've heard plenty of people complaining about a lack of
Energy
pockets
low.
in their outfits, but I still don't think something like that is the solution. How are we going with these? 25.5% power left. Am I really grabbing 2 power cells at a time? Yes, I was. Hey, Dragnon. It's a solution, not the solution. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know how do topics like this get started even? Oh, wow. How are the drills going? Are we starting to... Okay, so the drills are now almost empty. Cool, so I'm just gonna start getting cargo capacity back soon. Hey, thanks Overdon Rug. I know I asked about it, but how did I get onto that topic in the beginning? Oh, 80s, 90s stuff, that's right. The closest thing I think I've ever had to one of the fanny pack style things was one of those chest straps to put your passport in, which I wore on one of my first trips overseas. Where I realized the leg strap was a lot more comfortable and a lot more practical if you are in an area where you might have such a thing pickpocketed from you.
Energy critical.
Hey, if you've got a dog as big as I do, then strapping a fanny pack to them as a backpack for the dog is... You could go a lot bigger. You could probably fit a proper backpack on my dog. Isn't that right, Charlie? You could fit a full backpacker. Refinery still... No, it's doing the wrong stuff now. Magnesium eventually, but not now. Let's move that. There we go. Now, because the stone's ahead in the queue, it'll get refined first. Which means I will start getting cargo space back. Yay! Yeah, Nuki World, I either carried it in my front pocket or I carried... And... Cool. These are empty. Batteries on auto. Charlie, I could probably use a cart. Potentially. I mean, I reckon Charlie would be edging up towards 40 kilos of dog now. And she's just under 10 months old. So she may still have a little bit of growing to do. Alright, move the O2H2 gen. Which I might sneak in. Actually, no, I want that to be walkable. Maybe just put a temporary one. Could have a chariot for her to pull around. Yeah, Pinot Noir. Had Charlie for about 6 months now. A bit over 6 months. Still haven't figured out what I need to do around the house to stop her from destroying stuff when I'm not home. So apparently, she has this thing of as soon as I leave the home, she wants to destroy everything. Not so fussed if my other half does, which makes sense because I'm home a lot more. Yeah. Doesn't appear to be anxious, doesn't appear to be any of those things. Happens whether I've taken her for a nice long walk or not. I'm hoping it's just because she's a puppy and wants to destroy. Wants to chew. It is kind of annoying. She keeps destroying her bed as well. I'm sick of buying her new beds. We plan on getting Charlie a friend, but we don't want to get Charlie a friend until Charlie is well behaved. The idea of having to deal with 2 dogs being trained simultaneously, that sounds hard and something I'm not super keen on. Let's just make sure I've got as many additional attachments as I can, just in case I grind through something I didn't mean to. Just pile all torn objects in a box and declare it her bed. Yeah, she gets out and meets other dogs. We do all of the things that you're supposed to do. process through all that other stone? Can't have. Oh, maybe it could have. I'm going to need... probably do this. I grew up with, like, from when I was very little at home, we had 2 cats and 2 dogs. So I grew up with both. I personally prefer dogs. For me, I like having a pet that needs more engagement, that wants a bit more of your time. And it, at least compared to the cats I had when I was growing up, gives you more back for that time. But I know some people have cats that are very much like dogs in that regard. But it is funny. Most of the time when I hear people say, "Oh, cats are awesome, my cat does this," they're describing a cat that is very much like a dog. Like your stereotypical dog. Which is interesting. Ooh, yeah, we could go with the industrial one. That might be alright. Go with that way. That way? Yeah, I don't need an attachment on bottom top. Yeah, do that. Thanks, Codine! Dogs are too energetic for me. Yeah, I can get that, Jax. Fair enough. I mean, the thing is, really, anyone who likes either dogs or cats is just looking for that kind of connection with something that's not a person. And I think that empathy that you build with an animal is kind of unique. I have no idea if the decoy is doing anything useful whatsoever. Yeah, I could move the air vent up here, I guess. That wouldn't be a bad spot for it. Could then make some neat shaping around that. The purpose of the air vent was to get oxygen before I had the ice. Because I needed oxygen for my suit. Yeah, I don't need it now that I've got ice, but I think it's worth keeping just as a backup anyway. Yeah, so the reason I need the oxygen, the vent, is because this planet has just barely enough oxygen to breathe, And then you get a storm and there's not enough oxygen to breathe. So during storms, I suffocated without my helmet, with my helmet open. So I keep it open the rest of the time and I just close it during storms. Yay! Now we have enough cargo space for me to do a bit more drilling. So if the cargo's there, I really can't, on a platform this size, with the constraints that I've kind of given myself, if I want to put upgrade modules onto the assembler, I really need to be able to expand this to be bigger. I think. Because I only gave myself 4 blocks between the wheels. If I'd given myself 5, I would have had a nice little alcove to put an assembler out one side. So I guess I still could, kinda. Huh. Let's toy with that here. So what I'm thinking is, like an industrial assembler. Oh, it's upgrade modules at the bottom. So maybe it could go like there. Or even 1 block further out, actually. And then I can go put the modules all around it. And then try and make a nice little area that you can walk out here. Still. Is that sticking out too far, though? No, that's sticking out as far as the other ones. The downside, of course, is that my speed module is going to be on the bottom. But I think maybe if I stick an industrial refinery out each side, I could just forego having the top and bottom upgrade modules and just have one in, just have 2 speed modules on it. Because realistically, it's just me here, so the chances of me needing that much speed of production is pretty low. So if I do that, then I've cleared up this space in the middle and I can potentially put the refinery in the middle. Lemjet, I could attempt to extend the rover with pistons and merge blocks. However, I don't have any other silver and I do only have 1 survival kit. So if I lose it, I lose it. Everything. I'm a bit unsure about that one. What if I put this down here? Nah. I think I'll go here. Alright, so we're going to need piping, and I'm going to need a way to walk around it at some point. Let's get some interior plate. See you, Dark Racer. So if I put cargo container there and oh, that's why I did it that way. Sad. Oh, I'm a dope. I'm a dope. I was thinking I have to... Like, I was thinking I wanted to balance the weight of the assembler on one side with another assembler on the other side. However, I don't need to do that because I'll still probably want a basic refinery, and I'll definitely want some O2H2 gens, and they're moderately heavy, so I can use them to balance it. Which means, do this the way that I wanted to do it. Which is to put the industrial refinery here, which means I've got the open part where you can walk in, accessible to the middle of the ship, which is what I wanted. I've got room for 2 speed modules on the back. That I'll match up with what I've done over here once I get it established. And then be a case of small cargo container there, linking into the middle. Probably? Yeah. Because then the bit that I'll be walking through would be these blocks underneath the survival kit. Walking past the batteries, around the corner, then could have stairs where this block is. Going up, walk over, down. And that'll allow me to get cargo conveyed into the middle. However, I need to work out how the middle's going to sit with it having a big refinery in there. Because a big refinery would actually occupy all the space between the suspension blocks. Yeah, Gruz, it would be nice to have a passageway stairs or ladder block. I think passageway ladder would make the most sense. Because then it wouldn't need to be a 2x1 block. It could be just a single cube. Yeah, I'm going to move the assembly in the middle and rearrange it. Looking at it though, I think because a large refinery would take up, plus its upgrade modules, 3 by 4 by 3 deep. I think I'm forced to not do it there because that would mean that I wouldn't be able to walk from the front to the back of the rover, and I want to do that. So I think I'm going to have to extend out the back. Which is sad. But the industrial refinery is the same size as the regular refinery. And I think I'd use the regular refinery here because the industrial refinery really only has one orientation where it makes sense. So the old school refinery can still be horizontal and not look weird. The industrial one, on the other hand, with stairs, definitely looks weird if you put it sideways. Because vertical is obviously going to block the movement of my drill. Unfortunately, the one place I thought I wouldn't want to move the batteries from is the one place I do want to move the batteries from. Because the batteries in their current position would have worked so much better if they were passageways. So if I had passageways where the batteries are, I could easily walk along that layer of things and then have the refinery complex in the middle. So yeah, I think we're adding extra wheels to the back. and I'll stick the refinery straight onto the cargo container here. I think that's my best plan. Hey! It's not like she's winning any beauty contests. How rude. I don't like destroying batteries that have accumulated charge in them. Oh. Ooh, I think I know what that might be. I will be back in just a moment. I think I have a delivery of some stuff from my Lego storage. One sec. Alrighty, I'm back. Yes, it was the things I thought it was. The Lego storage thingy that I've ordered are some fairly cheap Lego. They're kind of just plastic drawers, like cheapo plastic drawers, so that I've got some extra space to store the big stuff that I've got. Where would that picture be? Let's see if I can find it. So I posted a picture recently-ish. Man, it's so hard to find stuff from myself in my Discord. Yeah, let me not hover where I'm going to run out of hydrogen. Come on. Charlie destroyed it. Having destroyed everything, yes. Here we go. So this picture shows what I've been working on for my Lego streaming space. These are the kind of storage things I've got at the moment. Below them, I've bought these 5 plastic drawer high things that sit about 1 meter high. And that's where I'm going to have all the bulky items. So that's the plan at the moment for that space. Still a work in progress, but getting there. Yeah, that's what was just delivered, which is nice. What am I doing? I need to do my usual trick. How much Lego do I have? I didn't have much until quite recently. When I decided that I thought it'd be fun to do more stuff with Lego, I went and bought a bunch of secondhand Lego off eBay and Gumtree, which is kind of like Australia's version of Craigslist, I guess. Yeah, kind of is Australia's version of Craigslist. So that I have a fair bit now. I don't know how to quantify it really. All I know is it's taking a very long time to sort it in a way that allows me to use it. Well, that was convenient. Wasn't sure I was going to be able to place that. How many Death Stars of Lego do you have? I have no Lego Death Stars. But how many Death Stars worth? I don't even know. Like, the Lego that I bought off eBay probably... Oh, this is annoying. I can't... I think that's upside down when I'm placing it. Yeah, it is. Oh, I hope this one isn't. Nope, it's right. Good. Good, good, good. So I think I've bought like... Come on, brain. Maybe 40 kilos worth of bricks in bulk. Plus I've bought a few official sets as well that I'm hoping to be able to stream doing stuff with in the next... hopefully next few weeks. That is always the interesting question, Dragon. How many kilos of not Lego were mixed in with it? Not that much. A bit, but not that much. One of the things that's ended up being quite handy is a few of the selections that I've gotten have had a lot of the Lego Friends stuff, which has some really odd blocks, but also a lot of blocks that will hopefully be useful for when I eventually get to do the Mobile Frame Zero get tabletop game with Lego. Just like a build your own custom robots and tabletop game, fight them against people. Which I have some ideas of how I might make that work with even people who are not physically in the same space. Oh yeah, I found a 40k corn berserker in there. It was lacking some limbs. Spectrum, I don't know how Capac's tabletop game is coming along. The thing that so I've got all the NASA sets, none of which I've built yet. I've got the Lego. It was quite a good sale price on the grand piano The Lego grand piano. That I'm really excited to try and build because I think there's a lot of complex like building techniques used in it that I would have a lot to learn from. You think Capac and Splitsy actually talk? Well, I talk, Capac sometimes listens, Capac never talks. If I try and get stuff out of him, I get nothing from him, so I usually just have to sit and wait and hope he eventually just says something and I can glean some sort of useful information from it. That's how our relationship has been for the past 25 years, and I don't think it's going to change. $40 kilograms. Buy seesaw, put Charlie on one end, Lego on the other. Take picture for us. Yes, Capac is that guy. Capac is that guy that you're friends with, but you're never really sure what's going on with him because he does his best to obfuscate any information about himself. Capac in a lot of ways, or Capac in that way is very similar to the Rosa Diaz character in Brooklyn Nine-Nine. A mystery, an enigma, wrapped in, well, Capac. Have you ever just yelled at him? No words, just blank looks and yelled, then returned to conversation. No! I have never done that. Have you tried using bogey suspension and does it work? Ulrich, there are large disadvantages to doing complex suspension setups in Space Engineers. The main one being it's very, very difficult to make a complex suspension setup where you've got the wheels mounted on hinges that provide some degree of extra movement. And the main reason that there's a big disadvantage to that, you can't get the contact area of the wheels on the ground to make moving that suspension setup and something heavy at the same time. Because the suspension setup ends up weighing so much and you end up limiting the number of wheels that you can have in a particular area that you end up just losing out. The closest thing to a bogey suspension that I've built was a 6-wheeler, and it took up so much space inside the thing and really couldn't move over anything more than fairly minor incline because of those limitations. You'd really need to mod in some extra powerful wheels to make it something that you can genuinely use. And you also then need a script running to move the wheels. A mystery wrapped in an enigma wrapped in orange. Cool, I have a fancy refinery now. Have we already refined all the stuff now? Yes. Okay, drills. How am I going to do this in a vaguely safe fashion? Is there a spot that I could safely add a camera down here? Or a camera up here? Did I put Digi's camera panning mod on? I don't think I did. I'm a dope. What? I like how he says vaguely safe while the back half of the rover is unbuilt. Yes, there is a reason for that though. The reason the back half is still half built is I thought I should try and get some more resources processing to build it. I don't know if it's even remotely necessary, but could be. Oh yeah, I didn't put any of my camera mods on. Good job, Splitsy. Good job. Let's turn drills on. Just trying to move this. Oh, okay, that probably wasn't smart. Well, I got a whole bunch of stone then. I got a bit more magnesium. That'll be fine. The waggly drill tip is the plan. I should probably get onto that as soon as I've done these wheels. And this is going to be the full size of the rover. I don't think I could reasonably go bigger than this without causing myself serious problems getting over hills. If there is one set of blocks in Space Engineers that you feel is incomplete, what would they be and what would you think they are missing to be complete? Like stairs, ladders for the passageways. I do like the ideas that have been mentioned in chat, like mirrored versions of some of the larger blocks like the Industrial Refinery. Or even the Refinery. But yeah, I think more decorative blocks that include lights. The passageway light shows how powerful a decorative block that emits light can be, and how useful that can be for making your interior spaces feel tight but still have light. Is there ever any benefit to articulation like in Wrong Way Down? There would be benefit to articulation like we've got in Wrong Way Down if I were planning on traveling a long way on the ground. But I'm kind of not. I want to be able to drive around on Perton, but I'm not planning on going pole to pole or anything like that. Where, you know, you want to be able to move more stuff for longer. Plus, the reason for the articulated vehicle in Wrong Way Up is that we needed space to store planes, and they're big. But yeah, I honestly think from a decorative point of view in Space Engineers, the stuff that would add the most to our ability to make cool looking things would be if you, say, had toilets where one of them is a toilet, but it doesn't, you can't sit on it because you can't have a seat in the light, with a light, or a shower with a light. So then you can have your shower next to your toilet, and the shower provides light for both of those blocks. Having things like a couch with a light. Having a weapon rack or an armory area with a light. The more things that we have with controllable lights, the more we can do with our interior spaces without having to make them massive. And I'd really like that. Cheese Radar Deluxe, asking for compound blocks in Space Engineers is something I long ago gave up on. Because it's not going to happen. we're just not going to get compound blocks. And yeah, while I think there's an argument for passageways with floors, I can also see an argument for passageways without floors. I guess you could have two versions, one where they have like a grated floor and one where they don't. But I don't feel like that would add as much to what we can do as lights would. The LCDs are somehow not a second function on one block. Because we've always had LCDs on things. I don't know how that gets around it. I don't really understand how the limitations work. I just know that the limitations are there. Much smarter people figure that stuff out than me. And I'm out of stone, which means I'm out of iron, which means I should probably go mine some iron. Alright, let's retract this and we'll set up a thing. Probably should have retracted it before. So this is going to take all year. I'll leave the drills on and I should get some stuff as they go up. As I understand it, in the way things are currently, any what's it called? Like any terminal block, so anything that has ability to be in here can theoretically have an LCD on it or something like that. As I said, I don't really understand this stuff much. How are we going? A few steel plate to go, and then large steel tubes. Yeah, as we said before, having ladders integrated into the passageways would be good. Ones with the same style. I'm just going to do steering off on these for now. Once I've confirmed that the weight balance means that we're steering about this point here, then I'll see if I can turn these on to have a small angle. The trouble is, what's probably going to happen is my center of mass will be back somewhere behind or in front of one of these sets, probably behind. My hope is that this cargo will mean that that's not the case, but it always seems to be that I then end up with 3 wheels turning one way and 1 turning the other, which makes steering awkward. Oh good, didn't miss my teal time. Yes, teal time! I will start painting this in different stuff, but I have a tendency to work in a single color when I'm doing my builds, and then change the color up once I get going. Like once I've got a decent amount of it built. There we go. That's going to increase my output as we come back up. You should start using a different color each stream so you can see what you add to it each stream. That would be an interesting concept for a way to build something. What am I doing now? I'm waiting for that mining head to come down. I'm also going to do something that I almost never do when I have the resources to. I'm going to build the whole undercarriage of this thing in heavy armor. Because I think there's a high chance I'm going to knock it on things, but it also would be convenient for weight distribution to stop me from rolling over. I could do it now, but I don't want to. I could change the color, but I don't actually want to. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure I want to do the idea, but it's an interesting concept. Oh, wait. That. Should probably build in. Should probably build the bottom in the heavy armor as I start, but I think it'll just take me too long. Death 13A, I said earlier the reason I didn't build the industrial refinery is because the orientation is all wrong for how I place my refinery. It would look terrible. So the ladder would be the wrong way. Probably should get my faster assembler running, but I think I'm mostly out of resources, not out of assembler time. Okay. Now this is up. Let's get a timer block. Where shall I put my timer blocks? Put them in the wall here. That'll do. Now, what I need is a timer block to periodically hit reverse on that hinge. So I should be able to do it with a single timer. I shouldn't need more than one. Use a sensor instead. I don't think I've got anywhere. Suppose you could put a sensor on the side of the drill, like put a sensor on this drill that detects subgrids, and when it detects this piston it then triggers the reverse. Have another one doing the same on the other side. You definitely don't need two timers, but if the timer gets a bit out of sequence, at least a sensor is working based on the position of the drill head, which is a bit more reliable. And then I could use a sensor on each side of the drill. That might actually be better. I'm going to do that. The advantage of the sensor setup as well is I can keep adjusting the speed of the hinge movement, and the system will still work. Whereas if I use a timer, I would then have to adjust the timer's duration every time I make an adjustment to that. So the sensor setup actually has some meaningful advantages. One sensor would not work. Or at least I can't see a way that one sensor would work. Because the position of the sensor being here, I want it to detect when this edge has just barely approached this side of the piston. That same sensor is not going to detect accurately when it gets down to this side, and it would potentially mess it up. So we go sensor there, sensor there. Hey, thanks, Clangy. Thanks for the 5 gift subs. So, left and right extent are not needed, bottom extent is not needed, back extent is not wanted, front extent can go to just 2 meters, top extent now. I need my antenna now. Oop. Just slap it there for now. I want to actually be able to see the sensor field ranges because I don't think I'm going to get this right by imagining it. So the reason I figured I can do a lot of this sensor arrangement without needing any sort of show field ranges is when you look at the sensor this way, the top is the top, the bottom is the bottom, towards me is forward, away from me is back. Just think of it as a cyclopean smiley face or grimace face. The other thing I want, and which I might be able to use Ooh. If I put another pair of sensors on here, I might be able to set it up so that... Oh wait, no, I should be able to do it with a single sensor. So what I'm thinking is, if I had another sensor on here, I could have it so that when that sensor is triggered, like if I time it right, when that sensor gets turned on, it switches off the hinge as soon as it stops detecting this piston, if its sensor range extends far enough back this way. So let me do that from this view. So if I have the sensor range starting here, moving back in line with the back edge of this drill, if I turned that sensor on when the drill is facing outward, and the sensor is set to turn off the hinge as soon as it exits sensor range, it should turn off in the vertical position. So that'd be a that could be a useful reset to horizontal, which is what I prefer this thing to be sitting in when I'm not using it. But I may just be able to manually set that up anyway. But if I used a pair of sensors, I could probably make it automated. So it's kind of like it. Turn these sensors on and it will return to 0. Okay, now we should be able to see that sensor range. Which we can. So that should work. Now we have to set this up to detect players off, detect subgrids on, and detect friendlies on. We do the same setup for the other one. So left, right, bottom, top, just set something back, that, front, that. And shot. Detect subgrids on, detect players off. So now I just need to adjust the length of that sensor range to the point that it would need to be when this reaches about here. So that means .8 is about what it needs to be. And we'll see if this works. I feel like this is sort of... Anyway. What's this hinge called? Mining rig, hinge drill. Setup actions. Hinge. Drill head, reverse. Reverse. Let's see if this works. Oops. Okay, it got there and it turned around. Let's see if the other one turns it around. Or if I have to extend its range a little bit. No, it works. Sweet. Oh, my hydrogen is running low. Alright, I need to shrink this one down a bit. It's detecting a little too early. Front extent. Now I need to slow this piston, the rate of piston extent down considerably, because this is going to take a lot longer to get down there. I think if we up the velocity to 4 is probably as much as I dare. Let's have a look at these pistons. Wait, did I? Oh, I forgot to name that. Like that. So they're at minus 0.03. Let's go minus 0.01 each and see how this goes. It needs to be very slow because obviously those drills are clearing out a much larger area now. And I can't have it getting too deep before it swings around to the other side, otherwise it's going to snap the drill head off. I don't think extending the sensor range much will do. Well, I don't think extending the sensor range will do much to prevent the bouncing. The bouncing is the instant reversing of some very heavy objects. But the rover is not locked to the ground, just its brakes are on. I'm going to work on the assumption that it's very heavy and that it's going to get very, very heavy as this thing fills with stone. I've never built a drill like this. I'm curious as to how well or poorly it's going to work. It seems to be going all right. Admittedly, it's not really working hard at the moment because it's drilling an existing hole, but still. This has gotten me quite a bit more coverage than just 50% more. It's 50% more than a right-click drill, and this is just left-click. So this is actually collecting me resources. I'm really happy with this. I'm going to turn off show on hard for those sensors, because, don't need them anymore. It's almost like magic. Yeah, if the drill heads start to fill, I do wonder how well this hinge is going to work. But I think I've got the hinge torque pretty high. Yeah, I do. So hopefully it won't just give up the ghost entirely. It didn't seem to sag at this hinge when I had the drills full before. So I'm hoping it won't sag there. My biggest concern is that the voxel updates for the drills won't happen fast enough for how quickly all 6 pistons are pushing this down. Death 13, the drills automatically force ores, so you don't need to put a sorter in there. The drills will try and empty themselves into any available inventory, and will only stop doing so once all the other inventories are full. I think those pistons might be a tiny bit too quick. Let's go 0.0050. half the speed a bit. Half the speed and hopefully give myself a better chance of not snapping this off. I'd be very upset if this all snapped off. Thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. It's all in fun. Are we going for stone? Good, we're getting up to the point of excessive quantities. Especially since the refineries are working on... Oh, the big refineries are working on that, that's fine. Sweet. Pistons do have a minimum speed. However, you look in here, we go to a piston, and I control click on velocity, you'll notice that it goes down to 4 decimal points. My assumption, though it could be a false assumption, is that the minimum speed you can set for a piston is 0.0001 meters per second. Because it doesn't hold characters if you go past that, I think. So pistons can move incredibly slowly if you need them to. Right. Because I will rarely use it, let's put some heavy armor blocks on my 9th hotbar so I can lay out the bottom of this rover. And let's make a whole ton of steel plate. Oh, everything not much. Maybe I should focus on... Maybe I could just add a couple of speed modules, or a speed module onto this assembler as it is. Now that I've got a lot more stuff. We'll start with this. That is a power efficiency module. That is not a speed module. You'll need to make a set of welders on a piston to run over the heavy armor to weld it up. Will be a pain otherwise. Maybe, Lenjet, maybe. Think about that one. That could be quite effective. And fairly simple to set up, really. That is an interesting concept. I will have a little think about that while... just going to take a quick bio break. Be back in a second. Yeah, so I'm thinking you could potentially stick just like a stick of conveyors out off the back, loop them down, and then stick a line of probably, how many would you need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 5 or 6 pistons with a selection of welders on the front and just slowly extend them along and weld up the whole thing. I feel like that would only be worth doing once I've got enough steel plate to actually do the welding almost in one shot. I think that would probably be the better way to go. Build up a decent supply of components and stuff, and then I can actually do things. How's this looking? Still looking good. What a doom pit. Heavy armor will require cobalt for the grids, but mainly I need a lot of iron. Like, a lot of iron. Something I am going to do with this thing is I am going to add thrusters to it. I'm unsure of how to do that in an interesting fashion right now, but I'm thinking about ways we can have some thrusters to help this get up steep hills. Because I want this thing to be able to push itself up stuff that the wheels can't do on their own. So, yeah. So yes, more potential for blammo if I end up getting air off a cliff. How close is this iron to the surface? Ooh. I kind of want to keep this drill going until it gets to the magnesium, but I reckon after this plunge I should move over to this iron deposit and do a plunge with the waggly drill. Put them on the drill arm so you can swing them around and help reversing. Ooh. In my experience, not sure how much I want to put heavy thrusters on drill head. Be hilarious. But I would definitely want to do that in creative mode with a backed up blueprint. Okay, so while this is all working, let's might lay out a bit more of this stuff. So we go night, we go heavy armor. Let's at least place these blocks down. And these. I kind of feel like I won't need to do the armor that sticks out further than that in heavy. So the bits that are like this little shelf out here, I think it can stay in light armor. But just to this point here, the core part that sticks the wheels together should be in heavy. It'll be interesting to find out just how much my historical reticence to use heavy armor was sensible or not. Because I wonder if this is going to be so heavy that I can't move. As I fear the kaboom caboose in Wrong Way Up might be. I think it might be too heavy, and I think we may have to do something about that in the next stream. Oh, that's what I should do. Let's get rid of those, because I'm going to be working with these a fair bit. Let's grab that, and then let's put the heavies down, because then I don't have to switch back to the start hotbar, which is a bit of a pain when you're using hotbar 9. Yes, wasted. Too heavy. Start again. We have to go back to the start. Wrong Way Up Season 3 begins now. Or I should say Wrong Way Season 3, not Wrong Way Up. I've been thinking about what we're going to have to do to deal with the weight issues in Wrong Way Up, though. There are some considerable ones. Yeah, all ruined. Might as well burn it to the ground. That is kind of exactly how I used to be with stuff in Space Engineers. I'd be like, I'm not happy with this. I'm starting over again. Time to load up the crashed red ship. Let's see what I can turn it into this time. I've stolen enough cargo ships. Time to see what I can do this time. Did that start so many times. I think I will manually weld up a single line of locks that connects all this in the heavy. That's light. It's not heavy, Splitsy. Oh, why did I do that? I keep pressing the automatic part of my brain that presses Control 1, then presses the tool key, is annoying me right now. I have been tempted, Wasted, it might make you happy to hear, I have been tempted to load up the Wrong Way Up save and do a lot of the wheel naming and fixing before the next stream. Because that's really not fun to do on stream for anybody. And it's something I think we really need to do. So if you have any particular feelings on how I should do that, let me know. But if you just want me to have vaguely sensible naming, that's fine. But yeah, I don't think doing that on stream is a smart choice. I'm going to group them, hide the groups, and set ownership to me with no share. Yep. That seems like a potentially sensible decision, to be honest. I feel like I'm going to need to come up with some sort of shorthand for actually naming each wheel, as well as giving each wheel a group, so that if the groups get broken, since groups always seem to break in Space Engineers in weird ways. Having each individual wheel named per trailer, as in it has the trailer's name in its name, I think would be potentially really helpful for us. Yep, Wasted, that is a better idea. Group the wheels, hide the group, lock the share, put 16 fake ones on the route so people have something to play with and feel like they're doing something. Yes. I feel like Wasted, that is the only solution. Honeypot wheels. Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can use dots in some. You can rename some one by ones easy enough. Oh! That just gave me a thought. So on the jalopy, the tractor wheels should all be named one by one. I can like come up with a numerical system for where the numbers, like where the wheels are, so that we just have a nice simple. So anything that starts with a 1 is the tractor wheels. Anything that starts with a 2 is the next trailer along. That'll be a nice quick way to rename them. Even using build vision. I think. Check stone storage. Good call. Oh, good point. Good call. No, where'd my drill group go? Piston. Groups. Off. We haven't reached the magnesium at least. But yes, I have blocked myself. Oh, that was close. Thanks, Lenjet. That was really good timing. So we are quite close to this magnesium now. I have not been ejecting the gravel. I should be. Let's do it here. Oh wait. I like these sorters. Yeah. Zalmaniac, I think that sort of setup would be good, where you have a trailer, which trailer, followed by which axle, followed by which wheel on that axle. Working left to right, front to back. Yeah, so Wasted, what I was thinking was the tractor would be 1. The axle, then you have, so you have, actually you could just do it like axle front to back and kind of treat the 4 wheels at the front as a single axle rather than 2 separate axles, which is what they sort of are. So you just have 1 A, B, C, D, 2 A, B, C, D, 3 A, B, C, D, all the way down to the back. But I think more sensibly it'd be like tractor 1A, tractor 2A, tractor 3, etc. And then hanger, then drone printer / crane, then kabam, then blammo. Kaboom caboose. I feel like that might be a good way of doing it. But yeah, I think I just need to come up with a... I think I need to do something like that for the sake of all of our sanity and chat sanity during the streams. You stopped watching episode 2 of Wasted's Kerbal Engineers to listen to Splitsy's Dove song voice. What's a Dove song voice? Oh, delightful. Wasted's Kerbal Space Engineers series, I presume is what he's talking about. Where he did basically Kerbal Space Program, but in Space Engineers. I was even there for a few of them. I was even really hungover and really croaky voiced for one of them. That was an interesting experience. After my work Christmas party. Yes, I did like to ride on the outside of rock. I like riding on the outside of things in Space Engineers in general. It's satisfying because you can't do it in many games. Okay, we're still very, very full. But the drills are now empty-ish. Some of the drills are empty. We're still emptying the other ones. But getting there, getting there. Alright, we need the Capac style of power generation going on here. I don't know how he co-opted that. Putting it uselessly on so many things. I don't want it back there. It's annoying. So let's do... Where are my lights at? Oh yeah, my... Yes. There was also that time when I flew all the way to the moon with magic. That did happen. I'm gonna need to do that, I think. And I can get rid of that. I have not bought any new PC parts, actually. I managed to find out that the parts that were broken in my PC were nowhere near as bad as I thought they were. Which surprised me. Man. I think a lot of people have been waiting for KSP2 for a very long time, and I suspect, based on what's been going on, we're going to be waiting a lot longer. And since Capac and I are giving up on our dreams of having an office for the time being, I might have to investigate to see how how feasible it is for us to continue our KSP series, our multiplayer series, with us not living in the same place, because we had issues with it being over the internet in the past, and so that's why we only did it over land, but maybe we'll just have to see if it really is intolerable. Also, dragged on you, madman! Thank you so much for another 20 gift subs, which takes you to a ridiculous total of 2,431. The issue is latency, not anything else. It's just a latency problem. The KSP and multiplayer has enough issues as it is, and then you add latency on top of it, and it's nightmarish. And you get, weirdly, quite bad latency even with a LAN setup. So there's something really wonky going on. KSP 2 or GTA 6, which will release first. Elder Scrolls. Half-Life. Any of those. Space Engineers 2, yes. Thanks, Goldie Deluxe. Star Citizen, yeah, oh. Oof. Of course, I build the solar panels just as it gets dark. That's just typical. Alright, we're starting to empty this thing out. Yeah, Bedrat, at some point, Capac and I really need to get Stephanie back down from space. Poor thing's been orbiting up there for over a year now. I'm almost down to that magnesium. I don't want to move until I collect it. So... let's do a bit more of this decorative building. I want things to be pretty. Thanks, Oddnuv PT. Thanks for the 100 bits. When they release KSP 2, you should find a way to set up a rescue Stephanie mission. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be fun. This is our little alcove. What blocks can I put in these walls to make them more interesting? I may need to move the turret controller from where I had it, so maybe I'll put that one in here. Another one down here. Make this a bit more of a functional space rather than a living space. Put some programmable blocks down and something like that. Ooh, that was a clanging sound. I don't like that. Thanks, Mad Paradigm. It still seems okay. Hey, thanks for the 5 gift subs, Drop Dead Fred. Thank you very much. You guys are going nuts with that stuff lately. It is very much appreciated. So, one of the things I've been contemplating for that Lego space that I showed before, in front of the curtains here, I've got an old TV, but I'm thinking of getting a TV stand so I can put the TV up there and then put stuff on that screen, like the emotional supporters group, just the list of names scrolling across it. I think it'd be cool. as a little thing, and then putting some of my Be Right Back screens that I'm working on, which might or might not involve multiple Capacs being Capacked. That sort of stuff. Oh man, these passageways are expensive to make. They require a lot of components. Have I got enough iron to speed up the assembler? I probably do by this point. Yeah, I do. Well, once I've done this bit, I'll go back to thinking about how I'm going to do my assembler area. Light Echoes Marathon on the TV. Oh dear. Okay. Thanks for another gift sub, Drop Dead Fred. So, assembler. Should I leave the assembler where it is, or should I move it around to the side like I was thinking of doing? Maybe I should move it around into this section here. Although I think I was trying to put it at the front because it's somewhat heavy and that would counterweight a little bit. Now let's move it to here. But how? I know a regular assembler would have more clearance, but I wanted to use the industrial one. For no particular reason. Other than... Ooh, shiny. Try new. Let's lose the ore detector from here because it's in the way, regardless. Because I'm hopeless, let's move it immediately and put it back down again. Because I think we all know I'll forget it if I don't. And that can just stick there for a minute. It's fairly easy to move. And lose these bits. Ooh, that does not have a connection underneath. Let's fix that. I'm going to be ripping stuff apart. I need to make sure I've got alternate connections down here. Piston heads are keyed? Really? Huh. I've never really messed around with pistons being disconnected. Are you sure? Huh. I can't think of an easy way for me to quickly test whether you have to have piston heads oriented the right way to attach them. Because I've so rarely detached and reattached without it being the same piston part that's attaching. Where's the large cargo going? Still not quite enough room for all that stone that I'll get out getting that magnesium, I think. Get rid of that and that. So with the assembler in this position, I've got the cargo access here, which means I'm going to need to continue that cargo access right across to the middle. Probably do want to have these small containers, I think. Just, again, to move more weight toward the front of the vehicle to try and balance how much heavier it is toward the rear. Yeah, that is a cargo port coming off this industrial assembler. It's not a cargo port on this one. That's because this one's moving. My plan here is to build as much of the extra stuff that is needed in order to make sure that when I remove this assembler to build this one, I'll still be able to connect up to the cargo network to build the next things that I need. Which means I need to make enough stuff for one more cargo container. And then we can move it. And I'll be removing that basic refinery as well. That's the plan. Basic refinery, I'm going to move over to this side. And I might even, if I can work out an easy way of doing it, I might even pipe it so that the basic refineries only receive stone. But I need space for 2 sorters to do that. Because I kind of... It's been so long since I've done stuff using sorters as the way to do it that I'm kind of wanting to. Alright, why am I trying to collect stuff from there? Just build this to ensure it's all there. You could flip the assembler so that you walk through it this way, but I'd feel weird with all those pipes. So I thought I'd try and have it correctly oriented so that there's a reason to have some stairs in the middle of the rover as well. Just for something different.
Fuel low.
Oh dear.
Fuel critical.
Oh, hang on. Before I do that. Let's get all the stuff out of it. I'm always a little bit proud of myself when I remember to actually empty out an assembler before grinding it down. Oh no! I discovered reavers. You stay away from me, reaver, please. Looks like you're going to be going past me. I don't have any guns. Hopefully my threat is low enough. Oh, please don't tell me that's me. That's me. I'm done for. Well, delightful. My antenna is on. No! No! Oh. Fly leading it away. Sure, let's do it. Let's see if it'll be distracted by me. I think it's one of the little ones at least. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come this way. Whoop. Yep, that's firing at me. Ow. Ow. Helmet. Ooh. No, I've got a different plan than trying to grind it down. I'm I'm going to try and grind it down once I've led it to over to one of the assert bases. Assuming my hydrogen lasts that long. Dodge, duck, dive, dip, and dodge. Ow! Come on. Keep coming. We're 2.8 Ks out from the assert base now.
Energy low.
Probably turn off my lights. I think I let it quite high altitude. Come on. Okay, Wasp inbound. Is it going to pick me or is it going to pick the Reaver? Oh dear. Oh, I'm having to dodge too many things. I'm going to lose track of something and I'm going to die. I also can't see.
Fuel low.
Oh, now my jetpack feels low. What? No, it's not. My bottle just not refilled. Oh! Oh! The assert's shooting. Assert base is shooting at it. Yes! Come on, shoot at it. Not just at me. Oh, the Wasp is shooting at it. Yes! It's working! Yeah, she said fuel low, which was weird. I think it's time for me to leave and hope that that Reaver Invader has switched targets. Yes, it's shooting back! Okay, I'm going to head out a few Ks from it, and then we're going to use spectator cam and watch this. But I need to be able to see the ground. Ah, yes, chill survival. That seems apt right now. Ow! Whoops. That was probably the best outcome anyway. Reaver versus Assert. Who will win? The Reavers are tanky, but Assert are pretty brutal themselves with the way that I have them spawn in help. Though apparently their targeting on both sides is leaves something to be decided. Oh, this is a good time to get a screenshot. Oh, it took a couple of hits. Oh yeah. Oh right. they're potentially not accounting for drop. That's why they're missing so much. But I think they're missing off to the left and right too. Because they're using static guns, use Lucas's targeting algorithms. Oh. Gunfire from the base. Uh-oh. Reaver Invader is going away. I think I might just sacrifice... Oh, can I sacrifice my body? I didn't actually end up finishing the assembler. Did I? What did I not collect from it? Got the grids, so I could just make the rest of this from the survival kit and not risk going closer to that invader. That is now coming in this direction? No. Heading to the other assert base? I don't know what it's doing. I'm not going in its direction. All I know is I am very lucky that everything here is still alive. Yes, turrets are very much in order now. My suit antenna doesn't matter with regard to Reavers. Reavers will have detected you before they detect your suit antenna anyway. My rover antenna was my problem. Yeah, I'm not worried about my bottles. The bottles are cheap. Bottles are cheap. I'll make new tools once I got the assembler made. Hey, thanks Amaro for 21 months. Yep, time sure does fly. The construction components come out.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
I guess I kind of don't have an alternative. I've got to build a custom turret on here, right? What I'm thinking of doing is having like regular Gatling turrets and then make a custom autocannon turret. So that I've got something that can put some fairly heavy fire downrange. Assuming I get enough magnesium from this mine, which I should do. Alright, let's make some better tools again. Make a couple of bottles. Reaver Invader's still out there. Please don't come this way. Don't have to throw away another body. Will it forget me as a target? I think it does. Sorry, I'm just distracted. Charlie's doing little sleep yips. Am I going to add corrupt? No. No, I wasn't planning on adding corrupt. Reavers were enough of a nasty for me for the level of aggression I was willing to cope with in this playthrough. I'm thinking the fancy turret should go around here at the back. And then I can have regular turrets down here at the front. Hopefully down low enough that I can swing the crane gantry over the top, which means they need to be down at sort of roof level, which is unfortunate. See, to my mind, the way that Reavers work can be fair. The challenge with Reavers is when you start accumulating stuff, and if you're like me, build a lot of non-combat stuff, you push your threat score up quite high, which means the Reavers you get attacked by are a lot heavier than you can actually cope with, even though a lot of people with that threat score would be able to handle them quite easily. So it's that balance that can sometimes get a bit off. And that's where things can get a bit funny. But in general, if you know how to use the commands, you can see what your threat score is. So mine's relatively low at the moment. Excuse me. There are ways to lower your threat score. Let me see if I can quickly find one. It may not be something I can find too quickly. I'm just going to see what commands Lucas has told me in the past. Because I'm pretty sure he's told me some commands that... Oh. Stupid. That's annoying. For some reason, when I search /mes dot in Discord, it still searches for me. There we go. Thanks, TFE. /mes dot settings dot general dot threat reduction handicap dot. Then you can set your value. So if I want to give myself a threat reduction handicap, I could say put 200 in there. And we saw that my threat score before was 367, I think. So if I put 200 in there, I now type /mes dot get threat score, and it is now 169. So I've just lowered my threat score. If I want to undo that, I can go back and I can write -200. Then we do get threat score. Oops, no, that's not how you undo it. It is 0. Is how we undo it. There we go. That could have been really bad. It is not adding or subtracting, it's adding or subtracting to where you... It's providing a new start point. Oops. So yeah. Fortunately, I know of how to set that sort of stuff up, so if I'm playing a game like this, I will sometimes mess around with the threat score to make it so that I can still have fun playing the way that I like to play. And And I think it's a really difficult thing for Lucas to balance, because he's got to balance it against people who play way too aggressively and people who forget to think about even building a gun until the first Reaver arrives. This is not vanilla. This stuff is the Modular Encounters Spawner mod and the Reavers mod by Lucas/Meridius9. I'm going to start extending the pistons again. Types of blocks get certain higher threat scores. For example, build and repair blocks get very high threat scores attached to them. Yeah, Greeblers versus metagamers, and I am no metagamer. As soon as I start metagaming in something, I kind of grow tired of it, to be honest.
Inventory
Seems to happen quite quickly. That once the metagaming begins, the boredom sets in soon.
Inventory full.
I like to be immersed in my gaming experiences, and metagaming does the opposite to that. Yeah, LCDs may have gotten a high threat score. I don't know why. That Reaver Invader's just hanging around out there. How much magnesium am I likely to end up with here? Oh, I should get a moderate amount, actually. LCDs have high threat scores due to what DE likes to put on them. Yep, makes sense. Checks out. Okay, remove the assembler. Now, let's put another speed module on. Just because why not? So yeah, so the reason I would sometimes adapt a threat score during a series that I'm playing, like I did it during Survival Unlikely. Capac and I were sometimes just getting way too constantly attacked to be able to actually do any space engineering. So I had to adapt things in ways to give us lulls and then excitement, and then lulls and then excitement, and lulls and excitement. Because if you have constant ongoing attack, it's not exciting, it's exhausting. So I think, like, to my mind, it was important to balance that out and figure out a better way of doing it. And yeah, it's the sort of issue that Wasted was having with Vanguard. I just showed the... Lenjet, if you look up in chat, TFE posted the command. It's this. And then you adjust the number at the end there to set the threat score. starting point. Kind of want to rearrange this, but I'm not sure how. Just thinking about how I get stairs into this, and I think I actually need to move this row of cargo containers and put them along here. Unless I put... Oh, wait. No. That's what I can do. Let's do it this way. This is a much needed solution. If I go up and over the top and put a cargo container here, another one here, then I can get rid of this spot down the bottom. We can walk through here, have stairs on the block I'm standing on, and then you have a catwalk block here. That should work. Mostly. So when I'm talking about metagaming, I'm talking about taking yourself out of the game and looking at spreadsheets and numbers in the raw and focusing on min-maxing toward a specific end rather than just playing and doing that for your own random goals, whatever they may be. 0 does not turn it off, 0 sets it to default. In the command I just showed. Like, yeah, the speed running stuff is very much metagamey in my mind. Because you're thinking of game stuff outside of the game. In a way. I just turned off conveyor. Wait a second, are the drills dumping in there? Is the large cargo full? Yes. Why are the groups not showing up? What? Arrgh. Oh, the drills didn't fill at least, so I don't think I threw away any magnesium. That's good. That's a relief. I was annoyed because I couldn't find my group when I was searching in that thing. Also, my basic refinery filling is annoying. Here we go. No, stop filling it. I'm just gonna have to let stuff fall on the ground, but it's gonna be so big. Fine. I'm just gonna have to wait. The basic refinery was off. The basic refinery's use conveyors was off. However, the drills are still collecting stuff, so they were throwing stuff into the refinery and ignoring those settings. That's why it kept filling. So I'd have to turn off the drills as well. But yeah, Tex in chat brings up another difficult point for Lucas balancing the mod, which is balancing for how people who play just to play Space Engineers will play the game, or how they'd be expected to, and how someone like myself, Wasted, Shaq, Tex, etc. would play the game. As those two ways of playing are a bit different. For the most part, the way I play on stream is pretty similar to how I would play on my own, in that I like a little bit of quiet time just to build up my stuff, and then I like a little bit of action, then I like a little bit more quiet time. But in general, you spend more time building pretty stuff. I think there's an argument to say that more people would spend more time building pretty stuff and also would potentially want different forms of combat. It's combat that looks good on stream as opposed to combat that's plays out in a specific way for your playstyle. But that's a difficult things to balance for. And then you've got servers, and then you've got cooperative. Like in co-op, things will balance differently, and it's all just, yeah, it's hard. But fortunately, Lucas has given us the tools to be able to balance things ourselves. However, it's just some of those commands aren't very well known, which makes it very difficult if you aren't familiar with them. Like, what can you really do if you don't know what the commands are? Stop it. I'm doing it now. There was little enough in there that this should be fine. Yeah. Where'd that come from? That's weird. I think, yeah, I can get where you're coming from, Laney. There are games that I watch people play that I don't play myself, because the way that those people play it is either a way I can't or a way that I don't enjoy. But for some reason, watching them play that way is entertaining.
Energy low.
For me, that's mostly larger group multiplayer stuff, and some of those social elimination type games. I don't enjoy playing those. The charity stream where I played Among Us with Wasted was one of the most stressful things I've ever done on stream. It did not bring me joy. I was keen to try it because I'd never tried it before, but I learned a lesson about myself then and decided that, nope, not for me. There we go. Now we can walk through. Put a set of stairs in here. And then not there. What the? Oh, because I'm slightly tilted to one side. That's why it didn't like me. And then at some point I have to decide what I'm going to put under that block. Now it can remain vacant. Yeah. I plan on hitting things with the belly of my rover, so I've made it heavy armor. That is a good way of putting that. Let's check the cargo capacity. Have I cleared up some again? Nope. Would that be annoying? Or will that be useful? I think you're replacing this cargo container with a basic refinery.
Energy critical.
Oh yeah, it could be a good spot for an extra battery. Underneath the stairs. What I should be thinking of as well, though, is what options I have for turrets. I almost feel like where this connector is could be a turret sticking out the side. Though that is putting the turret head really close to the wheels, which is sometimes iffy. Just read Tex's comment. It takes practice, Padawan. Rome was not greebled in one day. Hey, thanks, Brindex Mao. I think we just focus on... no, that wouldn't have worked. That would have been a bad idea. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to focus on turrets toward the back of the vehicle. So I think to start off with, let's I'll try and put a turret out here and same on the other side, just so that I've got at least some gunfire. Just trying to think of how I want to mount them so that I've got something that's easily undoable. And alterable for later. So we're going out to at least 2 blocks out, so we can do that. And then I could put, say, cargo container and then Gatling turret, like that. Put one on both sides in that position. That'll give me some starting coverage, and then put the heavy turret in the middle back here. I think that's going to be my best way to start this thing. Doop. And yeah. I think this is a solid beginning to my defense, but I'm obviously going to need a lot more as time goes on. And if I plan on getting to space, I'm going to need a lot more up there. It's a lot harder to run away from Reavers. The funny thing about greebling is that the way the term is used in the space engineers community is not consistent with the way the term is used outside the space engineers community. In the broader space engineers community, it's used for pretty much anything that is aesthetics. Whereas greebling is technically just the addition of texture to a flat surface to create interest. Yeah, the reason I'm using the cargo containers is that I'm gonna lack for cargo space at some point, I'm sure. As I already have been when that drill's operating. And they're convenient cargo access points too. The definitions are similar, but not the same. And yeah, Tex, I've built both of those ways where, you know, Space Engineers, you either think about what shape you want at the end and you start with that, and then you add functional bits inside to try and make it work. Or you start with the functional bits and then try and make a shape over the top of it. Yeah, I was just bringing it up as it's a curious difference that somehow is kind of unique to our little community. You have to manufacture some ammo in a sec. And I reckon I probably won't get around to doing it today, but I reckon I am soon going to need to start painting this thing. Figuring out a rough color scheme. So all this teal is a bit much. Start drill retraction? Start drill extension I should probably be doing. Because it still hasn't reached the bottom. Let's just check I've got space. I do not. Is that because I've only got one refinery and it's working on magnesium? Yes. Yes, it is. Sidetracked by turrets. Yeah, Tex. I would say that's accurate. Scribbling initially being used in the kit bash sort of Star Wars tradition. Already queued up the ammo. There we are. I have guns. Ooh, did I add my searchlights mod to this? We're in single player, so they'll actually work. Oh yeah, 800 meters. Nope, radius is only 160. Dang it! I'm gonna add it, because that's gonna annoy me. Doop 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 doo. Yep, thank you, CPW. I will add the camera mods as well. Searchlight. Clear camera screen. Camera panning. Now we should be able to at least see through that camera without having the horrible camera grain. I get why Keen have the camera grain, because it makes it obvious that you're using a camera. But for me, I like having the completely pristine, clear look through them, because then I can use cameras as my main perspective, or for getting a screenshot, or that sort of stuff. There we go. Now searchlight. Now we set your range to crazy. That is not the color I wanted. Yeah, that'll do. Just like off-white. Now that's going to be cool when I first get attacked, because we might actually see what I'm being attacked by if it's nighttime. Ooh. Yeah, that would be kind of nice. If you were, say, let's just hop in the helm for a sec. If you got the option with the camera block, if there was a little drop-down list that said what option you want it to display with, so that you could have multiple. I suspect that's next to impossible to mod in, but if you had either a reticle option, a clear option, a, you know, however style, like a few different styles, and then people could make mods to add extra styles, so you can have options. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be a nice way of doing it. Refineries. Let's go with some here. Figure I might as well. Actually, let's do this. Start one there. One there. Start with that. Or... Hold up. Just trying to work this out. With O2H2 gens as well. So the O2H2 gens have more ports. Doesn't really help. So in theory I could place like an O2H2 gen there, and then put a little pipe across the top, which could look interesting from the outside. And then put my two... Oops, just realised I had that there, so I can use this. Then put my two basic refineries like that. But I was also talking about putting sorters in, so let's not do that. Although I still could arguably put a sorter in. Okay. Yes, Capac and I will revisit Light Echoes. Yes, Capac and I have been working on some stuff for Light Echoes in the past month. I even rendered something out, which took like 12 hours to render about 13 seconds. So I might have overcooked my effects. Done something slightly too complicated. So what I want to do is figure out how I can fit into here a conveyor sorter going in, so that that is selecting only stone, and then one coming out that allows anything back out. So let's start with an out, and let's put it here. Did I try and redo the opening to the Survival Unlikely finale? No. Um, that's its own special beast. The massive number of overlaid screens and whatnot. That was, yeesh, that was something. So if I do this, so that's sorter in, sorter out, and then put a basic refinery there, and put 2 down. And I could put it in, like I could have 4 of them is what I was thinking, doing something like this. Then having this piped. That is not the pipe I thought I was using because I wasn't looking at it. Something like this. But I think I might just go with 2 refineries and have that pipe in another block. Because that's a possibly sticking out further than I want it to. Yes, that is not the pipe I am looking for. Oh yeah. And for anyone not familiar with Light Echoes, go to youtube.com/zebra monkeys. So I was thinking, so yeah, it's a machinima series, so it's kind of, the 2 of us intended it to be like a TV series, but the production was all made in Space Engineers. That was the intent of it. I'll just do this for now. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing an obvious option here that I could use sorters for. That might work. Yes, Gruz. Perhaps I could set up a Light Echoes command. I need like a to-do list of things to add to Nightbot. Am I going to make the cargo go further down the rover? Could I just bring it across? Maybe try that. Kind of don't want to close off too much of this space underneath the cockpit because I kind of want to be able to make a bit of a bridge and not have it stick out far in front of the wheels, because that just asks for the bridge to be snapped off. Yeah, so Light Echoes was made before, it was made in the DirectX 9 version, because that was all there was when it was made. So it was made in well, it started getting made in 2015. But that was the first ever content that Capac and I put on the internet. Oh, together. He had put some weird stuff up before that. I think some of it was him singing something. Oof, underslung bridge. That's a dangerous prospect for a rover. this as an option. Yeah, that's kind of looking a bit more like what I wanted. Then I could do that, and then I have options about how I want to connect that up to the system. Then I've got a little room in here that could be like, that I could put other equipment in. Make it a bit more, feel a bit more industrial. Kind of like it. I reckon there's a decent chance that as I go on with this build, I will start replacing some of those cargo containers with conveyor blocks if I don't want it to be an accessible point. Just because I think sometimes it's neater to not have them. But it's often easier to get rid of them than to add them later, I think. I'll just do that for now. Yeah, no we won't. We'll do one, and then we'll do...
Fuel low.
this.
Fuel critical.
It's too quick. Ow! Stupid edge of rover I didn't see. So if I do that one going down that way, I can then place another one. Like this. Then remove the one that's currently there. Connect it all up with a cargo container there. Yeah. That all works. Although potentially I'd just go with 4 in here, but I want to figure out where I'm going to put a hydrogen engine and stuff. What engine could sit on the floor here? This could be the engine room. I'm kind of liking the way this thing's coming together, which was all I sort of hoped for with this series. I just wanted to make something that looked interesting and potentially ended up looking nice by the end of it. Maybe. Though obviously paint job will be required for nice. I think my cargo is still a bit iffy. Oh, it's probably enough space to do the last bit. It's only 3% more extension that they've got. Making blueprints a purchasable item. And a trade station. I think making blueprints a tradable thing altogether could be an interesting concept in Space Engineers. If there was a way to mod the game so that you can't get access to your own blueprints, so that if you wanted to print something, you would have to buy that ability from a trading station. Could be an interesting way to get access to, say, blocks that you can't place yourself and could only place through a blueprint. But I think to have blueprints be a tradable item, you'd also need to have blueprints getting used up by a projector. But I think that's a whole different kettle of fish. Well, Laws, you kind of do buy the blueprint if you buy the ship at the station. Buy the ship, make a blueprint of it, go back to your station, go back to your own base, and then print it. Just leave the ship there at the station. Just don't take it with you. Yeah, Eve's blueprint original and blueprint copy system could be an interesting way of doing it. I'm not saying these are necessarily a good idea, but an interesting idea. Oh, I see, Laws. You're just trying to save on money. You just don't want to pay for the resources. I just don't see the resources in Space Engineers being that much of an issue most of the time. Which is why I set up Survival Impossible the way I did. So I wanted resources to be an issue. But the other thing is, you can easily fly a ship back. Oh. No, Discord just died. I thought it was OBS for a second. Whew. The other thing, you can just landing gear lock to the thing you bought and just tug it back. No reason not to do that. Set its dampeners off. Start your own agglomeration. Yeah, Zenkar, that'd be kind of cool. Data pads that hold a blueprint, you put the data pad in to the inventory of the projector to project that thing. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I don't know if it'd have some other problems that I just can't imagine right now, but the concept sounds interesting to me. Yeah, Krasil, I agree. I'm sure it would have all sorts of problems, but it's still an interesting thought. All right, sorta basic refinery sorta in. What? Basic refinery sorter out. Sorter in. Multi-mode whitelist. And I know... Oh, so something I should bring up. Apparently, something that I had forgotten, and when I looked back at the start of Survival Impossible, I realized it is something I did know in the past. Basic refineries are worse at processing stone than anything else, including survival kits. But they're so much faster than survival kits that I just don't care. So I'm using them to process stone, even though it would be better to put it through a proper refinery or even the survival kit, but the survival kit's just so slow. So that's what this allows me to do. This will allow only stone through, and then this will allow anything back out. But not allow stuff back in this way, because you can see the arrows. Yeah. So we've got our basic refineries up. Pistons should be fully extended. Yes. They are, so let's retract them. What I might do... set those to extend and just move a touch forward. Because then as this swings, it should take out that wall. Grab me a bunch of stone as it goes up. Since it's going to take an age to get up anyway. Why not? Does that look safe? Yeah, that'll be do. That'll do. Well, this is certainly larger than it was at the start of the stream. I think it's coming along pretty well. I'm going to wrap up this stream here, I think. Managed to survive my first Reaver by giving it a more juicy target than myself. I've got some magnesium, middle start being refined. I reckon there's a decent chance I'll stream this again in roughly the same time next week. Although possibly a bit later, actually. Next week I've got a shift at work the first time in like 5 weeks. As they've been somewhat desperate. So I'm going to be working the night shift, which means I'll start this probably whenever I get home and just play for a few hours. That'll be next Thursday. I will be back with... I think I'll do a couple of hours of assertive combat systems modding tomorrow morning before I do some recording with Capac in the afternoon. And then, of course, Wrong Way Up back on Monday. I am also planning on doing a stream on Saturday. Geez, 3 days in a row with streams. Saturday. What could Saturday be? Guess we'll see. So there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. And since Wasted and Macor are going to go play something, let's raid them.